Okay, folks. Here we go again. Last day of the 3-day weekend. And we're going to be working on this big bird right here. I think that should be safe over there. Alright, where did we leave off yesterday? Putting the two halves of this together. Oh, I guess we needed to kind of sand these. Today's your birthday. How old are you? Before I wish you a happy birthday. It might not be a good year for you. Kids get excited about their birthday when they're young, and then today is the day I can be drafted. What? Good morning. Well, it's Memorial Day here for the United States. 3-day weekend for some of us. What are you doing? We're playing with plastic. Really surprised how big this plane is. I mean, this is a really big plane. It's got a really big wingspan. I'm surprised. Never built one of these before. I wish I'd known who told me this, but it's like, when I saw that trick, it's like, yeah, use the back of the X-Acto knife to take off edges. I'm like, holy smokes, that's brilliant. Then you don't gouge it. I guess you're too busy celebrating. I can't wish you a happy birthday if you're not going to tell me how old you are. Today's my birthday. How old are you going to be? I don't know. My birthday's coming up soonish, but I don't care. What plane are you building? It's on the thumbnail, folks. It's a Schmitt 110. Which model of it is, I have no clue. It's the one that was freaking $10 at the show. And it's going together. It's going together really well. This is something I've actually not done a whole lot of, is sanding plane halves together. When I was a kid, I didn't care. And here, I don't care a whole lot. This needs to not look distracting. I can't believe how wide this thing is. I mean, it's crazy wide. Like 40 feet across or something like that. I thought it was like, just a two engine fighter. It's got to be wider than a P-38. Nice. I bet it's a Bandai. No. It's early war. Yeah, it's early war. I went to a model show and they had it. I kind of bought it on a whim. I'm building. I don't think I'm going to make it for North Africa, and I don't think I'm going to make it wrecked. You're like, well, why are you making it wrecked? Well, because I want to use it in the game, and to use it in the game, you need to make it an objective. So here's my 109 for the desert. Got some Tommies on there. And this is a terrible model, and even with that said, I think it turned out really well. And I'm still not done with it. We're still going to do some drippings. So, no, it's an Airfix. It's an Airfix model, not the Bandai. Bandai, I don't know if Bandai does 1/72nd scale stuff. They may have. I want to say they're known, I know them for 1/48 scale models, which is a no-no scale for me. I won't build anything 1/48. And, next model show, I'm gonna get a Japanese plane or something. I've never built a Japanese plane. And no, it's not gonna be a Zero. Flight Zero is boring. My dad builds. Your dad builds Bandai. Don't they make the robots, right? Gundam. Gundam you. I'm not looking forward to where I'm going to have to store this. It's huge. This is taking up I don't know where I'm going to store this. And I'm not going to hang it from my ceiling. I'm not 12 anymore. Even if I did want to hang it from my ceiling, I don't want it to get dust. So. The last time I built planes, that's where they were. They were hanging from ceilings. Never had one of these. Yeah, early war, this was not a bad plane. And I guess it's not bad as a night fighter, but man, that takes some serious balls. What game system? It's a game called The Face of Battle. It's what you see is what you get. And what that means is these guys are this far away from each other. Not like, well, this really represents a really compressed scale. Because the problem with compressed scales is when you go into a house, then the house doesn't make sense. You could deal with if you're playing out in the countryside and you're like, okay, well, this distance between figures is really represented by this much. And, so you can get a much zoomed out thing. But then your figures can't get close enough together. You can't go through doorways and stuff like that. So it might not be important to most people, but it is to me. I want to kind of simulate something a little bit different. You make comics. So I make a comic called X Studios. That's cool. Eyes wide shut. What's up, man? Disappointing movie. I was expecting it to be much better. You know, Eyes Wide Shut. I sat through it one time. Okay, pair of 32s go underneath here. So let's go grab 32s. I'm sorry, that's the paint scheme. You damn you, Airfix. It's 24D is this one. Okay, 24D. Ooh, we're almost out of this one. This has like an arm of one dude, and it just fell off. Okay. That means the only thing else we have on here is the other pilot figure. Let's go ahead and clip him out. He almost looks like a midget. Maybe we could use it as a midget toss. Midget tossing the game. Hey, he's wearing a helmet. Is it okay to toss, right? Is it okay to toss midgets if they're Nazi midgets? The Nazi midget. Okay, that's garbage. And then this one is garbage. I will not be putting the pilots inside. And this is complete. Get rid of a sprue. Skill matters. It depends what you want to represent. Yeah, you know. You know, these people play with a game that, you know, your grenade only goes this far. But then your house is still this big, so you can't throw the grenade across a room. Like, you know. Mr. Ben, welcome. Hey, Ben, I just want to know one thing. What you doing? Oh, scheisse. Where is, what are we looking for? We're looking for sprue D. Give me a D. Not that kind of D. Okay, here's... I'm floored by these wheels being flattened. Oh my God, the wheels aren't two halves. They're solid. Thank you, Airfix gods. And it's not that I can't put them together. It's just you're wasting my damn time. D who? 23. Now this is the D sprue. 26. There's got to be another D. What sprue is this? B. $14. I mean, that's the only two sprues left, right? There's nothing down there. I'm starting to understand why they're selling some of these things cheap. Hi, why do you cry? Not on the weekends. Only on Monday through Friday. I cry a lot. Monday through Friday, but not this Monday. Here's 22. Here's 21. Well, you know what? If this piece is missing, you know what that means? This fucker is going to be a wreck. Which I kind of got it for that anyways. I mean, I didn't, but all right, let's see. It goes, let's do some deciphering. It goes here, so it's got to be about that long. And it can't be, all it does is block this that goes inside of here. I don't see, is there a parts explosion on this? I don't know that I'm down a sprue. I am missing an arm. Yeah, let's see if there's a parts explosion on here. You've seen me build enough of these models. There's issues with these models. There's some QC problems. No parts explosion. It's just a part that goes here in front of the intake. Watch this. This is what I love about this is I don't have to get this done by any particular time. Like, this doesn't bug me. Like, where that, so this figure was loose, by the way. One of these figures was loose. And the figure that's loose, I wonder if he was attached to something else. All right, what's this? Airfix ME110 24D missing. Watch this. See if I get a hit on this. Oh shit, they make a tropical one. Well, I don't care. This is the one they had. Yeah, they make a tropical one. Let's keep this charging. I'm not dissuaded. This is, this is kind of empowering to be, to come across difficulties and then be like, fuck you, I'm still gonna finish you, All right, well, let's not put these exhaust things in because that's gonna seal up where they go. Maybe we'll encounter it, maybe we won't. Maybe we're missing other critical things. Maybe I just threw away $10. Okay, well, should have it. I made a killing on so many other things. I'm not too worried about it. All right, let's continue. Looks like a structure here to build on for the rear plane. So 30D and 29D. Now these I have. I saw them over here. that was so cool that I was able to replace the little part on the MG34 yesterday. It broke off because this stuff is so brittle, and I was able to replace the piece on it. That's empowering shit right there. By the way, I took a look at that Hidden and Dangerous 2. That looks like crap. I looked at some of the screenshots. Oh my god, that looks terrible. It looks worse than the first one. That looks worse than the first one than I remember the first one being. Like there's a screenshot of this. I almost called it this Panzer tank. Yes, oh, it's the tanks of Panzers, and it looked terrible. I remember playing a demo or something like that of Medal of Honor. I don't know which Medal of Honor it was. But there's this scene in Normandy. I jump behind some kind of a machine gun nest, and it's got a Schwer MG34 there. And it's sitting right next to a Panzer IV. I'm kind of behind the Panzer IV, and you're supposed to destroy the Panzer IV with a Schwer MG34. And you know, it's almost like, okay, the Panzer IV takes 5,000 points of damage, and every time you hit it with a machine gun bullet, the bullet does 10 points damage, and you know, you go through about 2 belts or something like that, and you finally knock out the Panzer IV. Something that, an impossibility in real life. I'm like, I'm not playing this shit no more. You can fool somebody else with that crap. No, not a walkabout. And by the way, I found that walkabout piece. That was this little. I can count on less than one hand how many pieces I've actually lost. One of them was a piece off the Farfignugan thing. There's that. It's the smallest piece ever, which wasn't even on the instructions. So I'm just leaving that thing off. No, I found that piece. It was, I guess it had fallen on my shirt. At some point, it had gotten onto my shirt. Because that's the problem, is these things are plastic. They don't weigh anything, and there's some static to them. So they could cling. You don't ever want to do them with wearing a shirt that's like nylon, because they stick to the nylon shirt big time. So I guess it had fallen. It was behind my seat. I found it yesterday, put it on there. I could have done without it, but it's nice that I found it. No, I don't even have that sprue at all. Or maybe I'm just overlooking it a bunch of times. That has happened to me before. I'm looking for a piece and I can't find it. And there's no parts explosion to see where it's at. Here's the 2 pieces. I just found where they are on the sprue and they're not here. 24D and 23D. And it looks like they're mismolded. Now, I could contact Airfix, show them a picture of this and say, hey, I got this, and let's see how that goes. And they can send me the pieces. Why don't we fucking do that? Seriously, why don't I do that? I got nothing to lose. And then I don't have to build this as a wreck. Let's do that. And just now see, if this was the only model that I had, I wouldn't do that, because I'm like, fuck, I can't build a model. But dude, I'm swimming in models. Let's do that. And I can report and see how it goes. Yeah, because it's definitely not broken. It's like melted. And I just have a thumbnail and a description for a video that isn't going to happen. That's okay. Shit happens. And if they don't, and if they ignore me, then they ignore me. Let's see what kind of QC quality control I have. I'm not gonna tell them about the arms on the. Well, maybe I will, but I might even tell me, hey, you got a decal sheet for this thing too? I'll pay you for it. Because this guy shorted me a decal sheet. He gave me an extra decal sheet, but the one that actually came with it, it's a bank holiday, so nobody will be there. That's okay. You know what I'm gonna do? Oh, I'm not gonna call him. Jesus Christ. That's across the seas, man. I can't afford that shit. No, I'll email him. Oh, look at that. It all fits in here. Oh. Oh. And we'll see how good their QC is. So, true story. My brother got one of the hand-me-down firearms from my dad. Nothing special. It was a Ruger Mark I. A pistol based on a Nambu. It's basically a pistol you have to assemble using a mallet. And he had a piece that went bad or something. I don't remember exactly what it is. My dad got the gun probably 1974. And probably shot it the last time 1976. Maybe. Something like that. And they sent him the new part. Like, wow. You know? Wow. Alright. Well, now we'll build the model I wanted to build anyways. No, that's good. No, up, found an arm. Shit happens, man. Gotta stay flexible. But when you're a kid, you buy this, and then this is what you want to build, and you get screwed on. You can't finish a model. And before anybody says that, I'm not putting any wiring on this. Imagine they'd probably send you a voucher or something rather than go through the postage situation, unless they have a U.S. office. I don't know what it is. It's an opportunity to see what kind of QC they have. I don't know. If the guy had shorted me a piece, I'm not going to contact them. Because that's on me. But it's like, dude, it wasn't even molded on there. That maybe what the guy saw is like, fuck this, I'm unloading this model. It's alright. Okay, so what is this? This is a I-15 BIS, which a lot of these probably got shot down on the ground. From a... Is this a Ukrainian company? Why are there so many damn Ukrainian companies? Is it like a scheme to funnel money into them? Made in the Ukraine. Look, it's made in the Ukraine, and they even spelled the name of the city correct. Kiev. All right. Welcome to Eastern Europe, also known for put all the parts in one instructions with all of them on there. Because paper is expensive. Yeah, I'm not even going to email them today. That sounds like work. And in typical European fashion, this has a fair amount of flash. Wow. And this has a couple pieces. They even have left and right etched on them. That's kind of cool. Must be something they have a lot of problem with. All right, let's open this bitch up. Something already broken here. Is this where the wing was? Yep. Ain't nobody got time for you. All right, and here's the cockpit, which they sealed in a condom. All right, well, we'll leave that like that. It's probably not good for a new modeler. Like, what order do I do these in? Looked like this broke off of here. Didn't really create any issues. Look, it's not two halves to put together. It's all one piece. All right. Damn it, I was enjoying the Airfix plastic a lot. Where are the machine guns on this thing? All right, let's build this. Let's build this little seat first, which is what it says one. A34. It's all one sprue. Well, we can just negate the A part. Let's find out how brittle this plastic is. Okay. A37. Wow, the cockpit's actually not, oh, they're not labeled. And honestly, the detail on this is really good. It just has flash and it has overpour. Not a lot. That old Airfix thing I had a lot of overpour. A couple of those old Airfix things. It's fine. They actually went together okay. Okay. The stick. I think it's that. Or it's that one. Yep. The control stick. It's actually hollow. It's hollow through it because normally there's like a button to. The original fidget spinner. Press the red button and blast him out of the sky. Blast him out of the sky, comrade. Gotta have that deep voice, like, you know, they roll their own. Use that camel dung tobacco or whatever. I'm horse from smoking horse dung. A41. And the real kicker is going to be how this likes this cement. Now, the display, the control panel is actually really nice. The control panel is actually really nice on it. actually I'm kind of glad that happened with the Airfix thing, only because now I get to see what their policy is. I mean, they have no reason to give me anything. Like I said, worst case scenario, turn it into a wreck. I'll, as much as wrecked as much as the 109, not like nosedive wreck, but just like he's not going to fly again. You know I'm in a good mood when I'm doing accents. This one is a little bit more durable, so we want to detach in the most delicate areas first. Okay. And then up here. Okay. And a little bedpan looking thing. It's this guy. Alright, that's all the pieces for the first stage. You go bye-bye. Now, all these pieces are plenty big, so even as I start flinging them out around the room, I should be able to find them. No wing for you. Alright. Here's where we find out what this is made of. Okay, that's not flash. Good. That is, and that is. Now this particular model is one that was one of two I got for $4 for both of them. And the other one is the Italeri 109F. Okay, and I think this little thing is flash. Plastic isn't too bad so far. That particular Airfix plastic was really nice. Plastic Soldier Company plastic is really nice, and so is Armor Fast. I guess all the British plastics. When I built these things as a kid, I didn't even have cutters like this. I had an X-Acto knife, and that was about it. And that wasn't when I was real young. I mean, when I was real young, I was like, hey, let's get the parts out. Okay. Wiggle it back and forth. Do the wiggle. straight across the bottom. Okay. Well, that's the seat. Oh, you get to sit in a bedpan. No. Nothing says Stalin loves you like sitting in a bedpan. Forgot to ask, are you off today as well? Or do you have to toiling in the near future? No, no work today. It's one of the few days that we have off without having to take off. This is actually the first one of the year. Memorial Day. I'm sorry. Well, technically, the first is the first day we have off. So, no New Year's, no Memorial, no 4th of July, no Labor Day, no Thanksgiving. The day after Thanksgiving, we've only worked in 1995. So technically, that's almost always a day. And then Christmas Day. Those are the guaranteed days. That's it. Nothing other than that. That doesn't mean I don't have more days off. I just have to use my personal days for it. Those are the freebies. Those are the days when nothing is open and I don't have to do shit. Like I literally walk away and like just drop everything and like nothing moves out of place while I'm gone. Those are days that are really good. You don't have to come and fix anything. That's all the bank holidays we get. I'll be right back. Let me go get a soda of unusual size. No, but it makes sense to do the 110 for either Russia or Battle of Britain or one of those because I got a 109E. That'd be good for Battle of Britain. And I got a Spitfire. And see, that's the problem with painting the cockpit. I wrote a lot. I lost momentum. So I got all the pieces. It's funny. I bought that for $8 thinking it's a great deal. And it is a great deal. but not compared to two for $4. We'll put this bit back together, wherever all the pieces are. Okay, this is the little foot pedal things. Let's see how this glue works. Let's get all our friends in order here. And we'll put the stick in last. Okay, so this bedpan it's got an arrow on it, like maybe that's towards the front. We don't have a lot of days off in America unless you work for the government, which basically means, yeah, you got a lot of days off, but you're probably underpaid. And then the industry I work in isn't notorious for having a lot of days off. See, it doesn't tell you how this thing attaches at all. So, again, not an issue for me. Maybe a little bit of a challenge, maybe kind of a cool challenge. But for newcomers, they would hate this. I think that needs to sit like that. And then that sits on top of it. And that way it's connected to the back. Otherwise it's just kind of free floating. Looks like it's actually before that bar. We're going to assume that that little arrow is forward. If we do that, where's my little clippy clip? Let's do this. I'm going to push it up towards the back so it's connected. Okay, that helps support it a little bit. Okay, now this shouldn't be on the right hand side of me. Now, what are my options? that looks right. That way we can attach there and attach to the back. That's what I like. Actually, I don't mind maneuvering things with a tweezer. It's kind of cool. And now we put the joystick in, which by the way has no hole for it. Oh, yes it does. And I don't know if it's going to fit now. No. Yeah, it fits. Okay, well. I don't know how this is supposed to attach then and leave space for layer. Let's do it back asswards then. That's what I like about this glue is it is forgiving. This is not a Tamiya kit. All right, now you have to allow space for that to fit in there. So man, it's just not very. It's not going to be very secure. It's almost like it doesn't fit. I can't really glue this any different way. All right, we'll make this work. Again, don't make any plans. I gotta get this done in an hour. Nope. Find a different hobby. You might be better off with a different hobby. Yeah, this. Normally they give you like a little notch. There's no notch or nothing. Ain't got no notch, ain't got no nothing. Let's just install this like this. And if anything, it shows it in front of that. Not engineered well, that's for sure. Let's hope the rest of the model isn't that same way. I'm gonna leave it like that, with the joystick pushed all the way forward like they did a dive. Okay. I'm willing to do any of these except vacuum form. I'm not doing vacuum form. I'm still having my doubts. I'd have to attach it like this. That gives me enough space to put the joystick vertical. All right, let's try that. Even though that's not what's shown in the drawing. There's an incongruency between where the seat goes and the joystick being vertical. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to remove the seat. Let's make sure that the joystick is vertical. I don't want it glued in a place where it's too far back and then it won't fit in the cockpit and then I'm screwed. So we'll drop that in later. Okay. Oh, we got some fine things here. Okay, so there's a couple of machine gun looking things that go. Oh, I see. This is going to be an interesting challenge. Okay. Let's take the two halves out. All right. This one goes here, and this one goes on this side. Here, and this one goes on this side. Because there's like a sub-assembly inside of there. A-17 goes on this one. Okay. Now, I don't know which piece is which, so I need to refer okay, and it's like this. So 17 is this one. Okay, and it's the right side of the plane, and the writing will be towards the engine side. Okay. If I was using it for wargaming, I'd leave out the cockpit contents and just paint the cockpit glass. Well, except it has an open cockpit. And that is the backup plan. Man, I was really enjoying that Airfix kit too. So I'm going to glue these to the fuselage. I have no idea how good that white glue worked to glue the cockpit on the 109. But I'm not going to touch it because that's not going to help anything. Now again, here's where you run into issues. You have this piece that gets attached and there's a little line for it. So then the question is, okay, is this supposed to be behind the line or in front of the line? Is it supposed to be here or is it supposed to be back here? I'm going to err on the side of it needs to be with the line. But we may have to adjust that. Wow, this is not for the people that aren't that do not have patience. All right, I'm gonna move this little guy over here. Get that sub-assembly done. We're gonna kick this thing's ass. I'm not worried about it. Okay, so this guy's over here. This guy's over here. There is almost like a cage that fits. I'm gonna go ahead and attach that to that cage. And inside that cage is actually a little throttle thing. So let's find out which one of the two. Well, this one doesn't have the throttle. So that's the one that we're doing. And I'm going to try something different. I'm going to try to clean off this flash while it's attached. Not very much, but a little bit of overpour. I'm going to do the same thing with this other one while I got it here. That's actually part of it. Let's not clean that off. Okay, and then we're going to clip up here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. If anybody can do this, I can do this. This is actually not that delicate as I break it. Now, it doesn't feel like it's too delicate. Hey, I repaired that post on that MG34. I can do anything. All right. Now, it does have a little bit of a twist on it. Okay, it's got to be like this. It's flat across the top and not across this one. And this goes attached to here. And I can't grab it that way because it's in the way. All right, so I'm going to come over here, grab it from that direction. I need to keep these things off the right-hand side of me. Here's a problem. It doesn't fit just right. Or does it? Let's enlarge. Doesn't fit, and it's not this side. Nope, it's this side. Doesn't fit. It's off by the tiniest amount. All right. Well, I'm not going to enlarge that one because it's too close to the edges. So let's go to this one. It still doesn't fit great. And let's just get one thing straight. This is all something that's hidden. This is reminding me of Eschi bullshit. Although, I don't want to make it sound like I'm upset because I'm not. This is perfectly fine. Still doesn't fit. And this is like, you can make it fit. But this will buckle. It's actually buckled and cracked already. God bless Tamiya. It's still buckled a tiny bit, but I think that'll work. If I go more than that, it's going to just go through. All right. Okay. I suspect this, the other side will have the same problem. All right, we trim the flash off of this thing. This is inside of there. That's not flash. Okay. That one fits that fits perfectly inside. Perfectly lined up. Perfectly lined up. We'll make this one a little bit bigger so that piece fits in there. So yes, this is meticulous, but I'm using glue that is fine to work with. And it's forgiving. It's not like I'm using dope or something like that and it's all over my damn fingers and making a mess everywhere I go. And this thing's going to be adorable. And I'm not afraid of painting this one today because if I don't have the exact colors, it's going to be close enough. I don't know that I am, but fits in there pretty well. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, and this is the easy part. Something coming up is going to be definitely going to be trying my skills. So this one goes in here. You know, a lot of these models that have, that looks like where that goes, which means there's a little bit of space between that and the other one, and the wall. Okay, which looks about right. And then the same thing should happen here. Oh, that looks like it should fit like that. Okay. That's the problem when you don't have these little guide things. You just kind of have to guess how it goes, especially if they're. But then when they're molded improperly, then you're like, man, what am I really going by? This has a nub on this side that this one does not have. And then the real problem is that you have this piece, which is A14, that looks like the antenna on the purple. What is that thing called? Teletubby. This thing right here. Twinkie Winky. Has a little Twinkie Winky piece. And has no notches at all. And somehow this side and that one are supposed to attach together. I'll take the Jeffrey option if it becomes too much trouble. Jeffrey would be like, I would have thrown that fucker across the room already. There must be mold around here somewhere. Man, I never sniffle. These old people that have these damn models that have had them for a long time in freaking attics. Okay. We can do this though. Okay. It's like this. But it doesn't tell you here how to attach it from behind. All right, let's see. Let's take a look at this. It's the same width. If I build all of it together on here and then try putting the two halves, it's not going to fit. I have to attach this side to the side of the plane. I have to. If I don't do that, it's going to be loose in there completely, and it's not going to work. And this is one of the few things that we actually have a guide of where it goes. Now, if it's really good over here, so I'm going to go ahead and attach it there. Imagine if you had to build like a fleet of these things. Can't recommend this. If a kit beats me, it goes in a spares box. You never know when it'll become useful. Yep. Well, worst case scenario, this fucker will be a wreck. Now this one, I wish it didn't have that little piece down there. Although I think I just figured out how it goes. So we're going to glue that in place there. Can you imagine using a big thick tube the big tube tester's glue with this? What a freaking disaster that would be. You just don't want to go there. That's the wrong angle. That's how you need to go. Most people would have quit already. And I don't blame them. There's a little bit of airspace between that frame and the wall, which there would need to be. Let's paint that first. Fuck that. Painting that first. Let's spray that bitch black. And then pick at the things you can see. All right, now we get into the part I'm not looking forward to. There are these little machine guns there. I actually don't know what the hell they are. You know, it just points to them. I don't know what they're like, machine guns that are sawed off, and they just go randomly somewhere. All right, I'm going to go ahead and glue the seat in, and I'm going to leave that little bar open in the back. I can't move it farther forward than that. That's where I'm going to put it. Moving it back is only going to cause issues. Especially if I've got that Twinkie Winky bar behind me. Twinkie Winky, hold on to the Twinkie Winky bar. Twinkie Twinklestein. And got some fire extinguishers supposed to be on the wall back there. Let's put that little bitch in there. A44. Here's these two little machine gun things. Again, I probably could like not put them in there and nobody would know. I would just tattle on myself. Okay. It's that little bastard over there. All right. Making double chip. Double shore. This is one of these flying fucks. Come on, get off my finger, asshole. It's a problem with these things that don't weigh anything. Tony's flying fucks. That worked. Now I'm going to put that on that wall where there's a gap. I don't know why it would be anywhere other than that. Okay. It's a cute little aircraft. I'm not putting a little tailing thing on yet. I'll put that together when the two halves go together. Let's put these two little machine gun looking things and they go attached to the seat. There we go. Okay, and they have a prong that goes towards the inside. And one has a little ridge towards the inside, and one has it towards the outside. That's weird. Okay. All right, so the side that has the fin down, right here in the corner, it's situated like that. So the one closest to me is 15. And they have that on the far side. Okay. Which means this is the nearsighted one. Okay, I'm going to install that one before I cut them both out and we have a different issue. This is going to go on the near side to me. So, on this side. I don't know that it'll make that much of a difference. It's probably not going to fit in here. When I'm putting these two halves together, I'm probably going to be not surprised that it doesn't go together very well. Okay, and somehow this attaches I'm gonna see if there's a 1/35th scale model. Not 1/35th scale, a bigger model with better instructions at this point on ScaleMates. We have all this technology at our fingertips. We might as well use it. ScaleMates. I-15 BIS. Okay, obviously don't pick the same damn one. Don't pick something in 1/44th scale. Okay, here's one by AMG, which is probably Eastern Europe as well, but it's 1/48th. Is there instruction? There is not instruction for this one. Okay. Let's try this one. There is no instruction. Okay. Oh, it could be worse. You could have instructions like this. That's tremendously bad. What's 1/44th? Okay. Not useful. All right, so I don't want to put this in a way that it's going to compromise being able to close this thing up. That's the main thing. I'd rather leave it off. I don't know that it's going to be that useful to attach other things to. But it's over here beside the pedal. So I'm going to say we won't want the pedal compromised. And there's nothing of it built that would show you what it looks like. I know the older modelers, the model club, wouldn't have been able to handle this. Right now, I'm just doing this for a challenge. Like, okay. Yeah, like you got this piece. It doesn't tell you whether it's below it. We know that we know that this Twinkie Winky is going to go here. But there's like not even a notch. So you can only assume it's going to go at the end. You can only assume that it's going to go at that joint. So I'm going to go ahead and glue that at the joint. I'm looking at one of these, I'm sitting there thinking, nobody's ever put one of these together. That's what I'm already like going like, nobody has ever assembled one of these correctly. I mean, you got some fine parts, but yeah, if you don't have precision on that. But see, I didn't want to glue this cage and then it doesn't fit in the half. And then it's just the whole thing is attached from one side and not touching the other one. Okay, now we just have to line up. Now, let's just look for yucks. This should be able to touch the other piece if it's manufactured correctly. And I doubt it because, well, for starters, you've got this piece that was clipped off and it's actually does not allow the two halves to touch together. Okay, so we need to remove this. Yeah, I totally have the right attitude with this because it's like at this point I'm like, this is a challenge. And it's going to be so good if I'm able to finish this. Especially when some of you are like, fuck this shit. I'm going to throw this in the garbage can. You know, I could totally associate with that, but I'm like, the model is built with less precision than the real model. The model kit. Okay, now let's do the same thing on the other half. Yep, we got this part that protrudes. Let's remove that. Now, let's see how close this piece is to be able to touch that and link in there. I suspect it won't, hell, it might be too tight for that matter. Wow, it doesn't meet up at all. They're not at the same height. We'll be able to make this work. I would just want to be able to make this work as best we can. I mean, none of this is viewable. None of it. We haven't even put the seat in yet. Let's see if we can get an inkling of what this is like. This is going to attach at some point in here. Let's do this over this. That's where it needs to sit. And if it just attaches on one side, it just attaches on one side and it's loose on the other one. All right, now let's look at a different aspect of it. Let's see how the two halves fit together, because they do need to fit together, or that's going to be an eyesore. The eyesore from Mysore. It's not bad. It's not bad. That part's not bad. Okay. All right. Then, right. Want to make sure we don't encroach to the side because we don't have a whole lot of maneuver room in here. When you put this here, it can't protrude too far that way. So since we're attaching it in that direction, I'm going to move this to the side, and we're going to cut the other one off and put it on that side because this was the nearsighted one. Okay, so we're going to do this. It's like a proof theorem or something like that. I guess try to work on what we can and work our way backwards. Now, can you imagine painting this stuff as you go and then scraping off a little bit of that little paint so you could attach something? You'd go fucking mad. You'd go freaking mad. Now, let's take a look at this again. And if this doesn't fit, I'm gonna leave this off, whatever this is. I have no idea what this even is. I'm going to move it up here. So we don't want to interfere with the pedals. It doesn't make sense to interfere with the pedals. And it doesn't give you like an above view or anything like that of what it should look like. Should film Mitch trying to deal with this. Be a dark comedy. And I would say some things are over-engineered. This is bad QC. Bad instructions. All right. That's how it's going to go. They give you some kind of cockpit to put in there. God help you. How do you? It's a nice looking cockpit. Don't roll on me. That's what I can't. That's the shit I can't handle. I can handle this being a bitch. I can't handle uppity tools. All right, where the hell would this go? Yeah, it just points to, hey, put it over there. Well, where's there? And it's not visible there. Right. I just don't know where the hell that would even be. It's a nice looking cockpit. It gives you no lines or nothing. Now, does this kind of close up? Yeah. This is up, huh? I guess it could be attached there, but how would you even know that that's the case? All right, let's find the I-15. I don't know what the BIS part is. I-15 BIS cockpit. Oh, I found one. It's inside. That lined up right there. That lined up right there. What else is there left to do on it? Let's make hay while the sun still shines. Let's get in here. You can't even see that freaking fire extinguisher. You can't see it. Stupid Ukrainian. You can't even see the freaking cockpit controls. I mean, they're there. That actually looks good. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. This little kickstand on the back, I'm not doing that until the end. That's just going to end up getting beat off. Broken off. Broken off and beat off. I gotta use a little boy's room. Be right back. Okay. 12 years, Jesus. Okay. Yeah, so at this point, I'm feeling pretty good, like I've whooped this thing's ass. The painting part, that's the stuff I got down. Uh-oh, what'd you send me? Oh, well, we got a few of those to build, that's for sure. Although I'm not looking forward to the quad tractor. I'm not looking. I already have two quad tractors that I really like. They're very durable, and the Airfix quad tractor is just going to be smaller and more fiddly. But you know, it is what it is. Now, I guess let's build the engine. I guess I don't give a shit about the engine being able to spin. This is definitely an advanced model. Definitely. Definitely an advanced model. And it doesn't fit together that badly, but it has no little markings where things go. There's a lot of guesswork. All right, let's grab A22. A22 is this big piece here. And the plastic's not bad to work with. It's not bad. It's not too bad plastic. Okay, these has these two little notches. They're out towards the outside. Yeah, you kind of have to fit this stuff in as you go. You can't just like go in there blindly. Then we have this spider. Ooh, this. Okay. And then we have the rod, which has got to be this, and is covered in flash. There's no markings on these things. Okay. I'm going to build this center section through. And the engine with how many cylinders is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A 9-cylinder engine. Leave it to the Russians. A new fighter with 8-cylinder engine. You know what would be better? A 9-cylinder engine. All right. These three pieces are going to be connected throughout. Now, this has flash galore. And this thing this thing. Click that, not the other two. Okay, now the back of this propeller has the part that sticks out. The other side has a hole in it. Okay, good. So that's where this rod should connect to it. I like that over there. All right. So this has the two little holes. This is going to go in through here, and there's nowhere to attach it to keep it in place. This goes through here. Does it fit through there, first of all? No. All right, so we need to trim this. Okay. How about now? Yes. Okay. So that fits through there okay. Okay, on the other side of this is this piece here with the two little notches. And on the other side of this is this propeller. Like so. So that's how that all goes in here. And on this side, this goes through so it looks like this all goes like this. All right. Bloody mysterious instructions. And then the nose cone goes on the other end. Let's go ahead and put the nose cone and put it together. not glue it together. It's just kind of. That's the problem with this thing is you're having these doubts whether or not this is how it goes together because you don't have good instructions. Now, I can't imagine this. This has a hole in it. I can't imagine it not going into the hole. So let's make this a little bit bigger so that fits in there. You're back. I didn't know you left. So that goes like so. And that'll go like so. So far so good. Okay. That's going to be inside this thing. Wow, what a shit show. Okay, I think I need to put this thing together. A10, I'm A30. Great, we don't know which piece A30 is. A30 is down here. This piece right here. This is A30, this is the top. Okay. This is the bottom. Okay, we're going to put it over there. And then on that side is A29. I suspect both of these two pieces are the same. But what do I know? No, this one has a notch in it. This one is not the same. That goes on that side, and the one that goes on this side is this one. All right, so let's trim them and put them back where we found them. I found the inserts and paint guides for the Vallejo Air Guides for the Luftwaffe and U.S. Army Navy planes. Sending pics now in case you need help with the colors still. Okay. This one I'm probably going to use, well, I'm going to see what they recommend, what color green to use for this thing. And see how that matches with the other Soviet greens I have. I'm gonna weather it anyway, so. Again, it's good to not have expectations, because they just get ruined. I'll have this done or not. No, you won't. We'll have this done when we have this done and not before then. Okay, that's the piece that's the top. Then this is this side. These clippers are really handy because it allows me to get close, but not over cut it. And then that one's the far side. And then the underside. But this thing doesn't go together badly. It just doesn't have all the luxuries of precision. And then, of course, there's A24, which is this round-ass piece right here. I'll be able to do anything after this. No, you go over here or you're not in my way. Necio. It doesn't tell you where this fits in relative to anything else. This goes here. How does it freaking attach to it? This is like, you need a paleontology degree. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this together. I think. these attach all the way around. That goes in somewhere. Has the two little exhaust ports. God, my stomach is just having a field day. You're down with flu, man. I hope you get better. So, oh man, your day off when you're getting sick. Well, I'd rather be sick on my day off than at work. Yes, I do mean that. Okay. 38 is the one on the top, on the bottom, and the one on the top is 39. So which one do they want me to do? Okay, they want me to do 38, which is a fat one. Okay, and there's the exhaust port out. All right. This. Okay, so that's going to get glued on the exhaust port. I'm going to go ahead and do that because nothing's going to change that. So this is like this, and the exhaust is this way out. Okay. And there is a little bit of there is a little hole on this. There's a little hole on the inside. I don't know whether that's a just accidental, like a bubble, or it's supposed to be there. But that might help us. That might help us line something up. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and attach this to this. It's just two flat surfaces, one next to the other. Ukrainian precision. And I suspect this is going to go on the rim of this, where there's a hole here for it. There's a hole here for it, like this. So somehow this needs to be inside it somewhat. So I'm gonna go ahead and start assembling this. I don't wanna put glue on this Arteza thing. I ought to just get rid of it. I'm so nervous about using it that Now, how would this fit around here? This can't go any further than that. And there's the notch for it. Okay, so we know we're in the right place. There's a notch for this piece, and that's where it goes. Okay, well, that's good. I'm going to go ahead and glue that in. We know that's an inflexible place where that goes. It's like freaking deduction. Okay, and then this notch goes like this. So that has to go like that. It has to. There's no other way around it. And then I don't know that this piece is attached in any way, shape, or form to this. Other than gluing just like that. Okay, that's starting to look believable. There's a cowling that goes around that, which is A23, and it should seal everything together. The front of the cowling. No. Cowling. There should be a little cow. Instead of a calf, they should have called it a cowling. So a little cow-like creature. What do you call a baby cow? Cowling. But this is typical of PST, even First to Fight has a little bit of this. Shows you a picture. Oh. It does not go like that. It goes like this. That's this one. Okay. This one goes here. This goes here because it's the front. Okay, this I can glue together. Yes. this should be able to fit in here and go right to that spot. Yes. Now the problem is, this needs to be able to fit in here. It kind of fits in there. Oh, you know what? I bet that's what that's for. No. Cowling is usually a villager. It's actually a village not far from here. What's a village? At what point can you not call something a village? If you have more than one idiot, it can no longer be a village. I'm gonna go make some cafe. I'll be right back. This is going well. The size wasn't a set point. Villages tend to be more rural too. It's like a difference between a planet and a dwarf planet. Get me started. Cowling. Let's see. Oh, okay. Man, it's weird to see a fuck wolf, or as I heard somebody the other day, a fuck a wolf in Africa colors. That's weird to see that. Yeah, I've got the Africa color. I have the Africa colors set. I don't have any of the colors for the German planes and the Splinter, which I could probably approximate with the Vallejo colors I have. I'm not gonna go buy into aircraft. I'm not gonna be like an aircraft modeler, like, it's close enough. I'm gonna give them a brown wash anyway, so it's gonna, change whatever it is. Um, I never miss a chance to look at a freaking map. Lund's Tower. The hell is Lund's Tower? Oh, that's cool. Oh, 1887. Bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in the history of England in the 1800s. It just doesn't interest me. Sorry. I'm not trying to be offensive. Just doesn't interest me. Well, that's over like in the area that is just overgrown with, what's this, like a marsh? I was putzing around. I was putzing around on the map in England and I was looking at this green area in between Sheffield and Manchester. And I was looking at some of the pictures like, wow, I would have never thought that there's parts of England that look like that. And I'm wow in a good way. Like it's really freaking cool. That's just beautiful. And there's more beautiful parts than that. That's just beautiful. And I don't really consider myself a nature lover, but I do, you know. I guess I don't love the nature around here. It's just like freaking swamp and swamp ass, but I love Google Earth. You have a village called Blandy Underwhelming. Oh man. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Blandy Underwhelming. Should be Bloody Underwhelming. Oh no, but what you sent me, I'm able to find. That's weird seeing a Focke-Wulf, and I'm not a Focke-Wulf A fan. I'm not. I don't know what it is about him. I just don't. I don't. I don't think they're very attractive looking. The German planes either have to be wicked looking or attractive looking, and I find a Focke-Wulf A neither. The saving grace of them is they were painted cool, because Germans painted their planes in a cool way, even though they're rat bastards. I am not a wearaboo. I like everybody's stuff, so. Oh, that's a beautiful paint job, you rat bastard. What? I always welcome tires that are one piece, though. That's thoughtful. Or maybe it's just not being a dick. Yeah, this is definitely not for the beginners. But we're gonna whoop this thing's ass. Like for instance, if I'm up against here, I can't cock that all the way because it doesn't fit right. And okay, here's the exhaust down here. All right, cool. It's time to do that. That's A39. A39 should be that piece there. Let's make sure that it is A30. Nope, that's A46. A39 is that one. It's this little bastard right here. And they were nice enough to taper the opening of the exhaust so you know which side goes towards which one, because you need all you help you can get with this thing. The plane that Jeffrey would have just thrown right in the junkyard. Well, the reality is this thing costs $2. And some of you might say, well, you overpaid for it. You know, I'm learning patience. I don't know. You know, I took it out of the package and go, this is really nice. And then I took a good look at it and I'm like, oh, this thing has a lot of flash. The vagueness of the instructions. Now, if that goes there, this has to be out like that, which means this has to go like this. And this then has to go this. Okay. This goes like this, and that matches up with that. Oh, it goes down here. It doesn't go there. Damn it, man. It goes down there. All right, how about let's check where this goes. It goes down here. I gotta make sure it doesn't overextend onto this wing, or when it's time to snap the wing on, it's not gonna fit. You know what? I'm not sure that's where it goes. Let's punt on that. Okay, we can put that in later. All right, what do we need? I'm not solving a damn mystery here. Okay. That's going to go like that. And this is going to go like this. And there's no notch for this to go. Okay, I think we got most of that correct. What we don't know, okay, apparently that notch is towards the bottom. All right, I'm going to go ahead and glue this in. Okay, so this notch goes towards the bottom. Whatever the hell that means. Okay, it looks like all of this is lined up all right. Oh, right. That goes like that. Oh, in case you haven't figured it out, I can't recommend this kit. Oh no, they're going to go out of business. I don't know. Hell, they might have been taken out by the Russians for all we know. You build the kit over biplane like shit, we'd attack you first. This has these two little pieces. There's two little pegs sideways like that for whatever reason. And then we will put that like so. Oh. That is how we do it. That is how we do it. Alright. Well, that's what they should have done is how do you attach this to it and glue it, and then you know you got the right circumference. Luckily, it's close. Then this would fit like this. Maybe on good day. I'm not sure where the text is. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll be able to find that. What's going on here? That's where it needs to go. This is pain in ass. This is large Soviet pain in ass. This is towards the bottom. Okay. Large Soviet pain in ass. I might just not leave that attached. I might remove it for ease of painting. Then we can glue that in later. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, and this is what's going to hold the cowling in place. Okay. Great. Googly moogly. All right. I'm actually not going to attach the rear tail part until this shit's together. So bottom wings are here. Great googly. And this looks like there's some paneling detail on these wings, but it's way too thin to be noticeable. Over pour on these wings too. You know, if you quit, this son of a bitch wins. So you can't quit. I've heard horror stories about old models like Frog or something like that. I don't really know. This is all practice to work on those skiff T26s I have. But they don't have plastic. They have photo etch, and that's the problem. Gluing that stuff. You know, working with this cement that I'm using, it's a piece of cake. See how this goes together well or not. You fucking cowling. That looks okay. I guess that's okay. It's kind of snapped into place. Oh man, the landing gear looks really delicate. Really delicate. I'm gonna glue all the supports to the top wing to the bottom wing. Have gravity work for me. A little challenging to put them together yeah, you're still gluing in place with the walrus. It does have an articulated tail, so it allows you to not put that straight on if you don't want to. I wonder what kind of pipes these are supposed to be made for cleaning. Is it like, Sherlock Holmes pipe or something else? Okay, there's that piece. We don't want to lose that. Man, it made the Schwimmwagen look piece of cake to put together. Let's face it, we want to see somebody get run over. Oh, that's where the landing gear goes? Oh, God help it. This is a terrible model. This is a terrible model. Oh my God, what a terrible model. Oh man. With no pegs. Yeah. Okay, well that's stuck together. Happy Memorial Day to you too, man. I take it you don't have to work today. What a pizza crap. Okay. Wow, this landing gear is McFlimsy, and you have to attach it to those two spots there. That does not bode well. That does not bode well. All right, let's look at what we got left here. These little zigzags are going to go up here. And then this is going to attach to those two. Put those pieces, and then we can put the top wing on top of it. But we have to flip this piece of paper out to find out which piece is which one. So 11 is this one. So 10 is this one. Okay, well 11 has a little like antenna on the front of it. No, and the best thing about no work is nobody else is working either. Which means I don't have to go in there and fix everything that every clown screwed up. That goes on that side. Alright, let's get these glued in place. And of course it's at some funky angle with no pegs. Delicate little piece there. No pegs or nothing, just faith. Glued on by faith. Get off me. Need an X-Acto. Need an X-Acto knife that's square. Now, what connecting points? What's the top look like? Same bullshit, okay. Double-barreled bullshit. Well, we'll be able to flex these a little bit if we don't take a century putting this together. All right, and the two little zigzags here, 31 and 32. 32 is on this side, and 32 is the one that is closer towards the notch where the wing was located. Okay, the notch is over here, which means this one's 32. This one's 32 over here. This is the one on this side, and the one on the far side is the other one. Okay, it doesn't look like it fits that poorly. This is definitely not something you want to use super glue for. let's cut the other one. What are we getting caught on? Okay, so for starters, these are going to have to swing out. Okay. These have little notches in here. Thank goodness for that. Let's turn this upside down. Turn this frown upside down. Okay, that's going to fit there. Holy smokes, that's not even close. Okay, these need to be a little tighter. What a pain in the fucking ass. Pain in the ass. I may have to remove these. Let's push them way over. Let's get this. Okay. We can do this. I mean, this has got to be okay. I mean, whoa, 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 easy there, Kingfish. People that are a hell of a lot more impatient than I am have been able to do this. And you know, this is half the reason why this is so difficult is because there aren't any pegs. There aren't any pegs to kind of get everything at the right angle. Yeah, this is one of these tricky things that almost like you need to put this thing together with rubber cement. Okay, we got that part pretty well down. All right, let's pull that forward. And pulling that forward, allows us to move that forward. Which can then be glued. And this side over here is better. I can't see what you got. Let's see. You're back. Nice plane, pain in the ass. We're gonna kick its ass, but this is definitely not for somebody with no tools or patience. All right, I'm gonna use a little boy's room. Be right back. We'll flip this thing over. If you use super glue for this, you would be damned. You would be damned for all eternity. You need to adjust this a lot, which I don't mind. I don't mind doing. It's the landing gear actually scares me more than anything else. It's a cute little bastard. I think it's actually a fairly attractive plane. A lot of biplanes are. World War One biplanes, not a fan of them. Other than the Albatross, all the other ones are just kind of ugly. This is definitely a lot better looking than. I'm not a fan of the World War One aircraft. DH-4s look okay too. That's about it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move this. That's, that's where it needs to be. That side's okay. I think we just got it. All right. Now we'll put the wings on the back. That's lined up pretty well there. We'll put all this cowling shit on later when it's not in the way. One second. Okay. Now we'll attach these things that aren't going to be in my way. It's not obvious which side's which. So, to refer ourselves to, this is 6 and that one is 6 and this one's 7 down here. So they want me to put 7 on that side. Let's make sure we get it right. 7 on that side. Okay, so 6 on this side over here. And of course, this is the rudder. Now, unfortunately, they made this so that you got to go in between these two pegs. That wasn't too bad. Everything always ends up to the right of me. And I'm extremely right dominant. Okay, that's okay, but we're going to have to drill that and make it a little bit bigger. I think this is just big enough for that. Nope, you need to make it bigger. Go over there. Maybe a little bit more. We're definitely on the right track. Okay, that's good. This one goes on that side of it. Now we move over here. Let's not touch the wing. That's probably as good as it's going to get without having pegs and stuff like that to guide you. Let's make a little bit of space for this. To get in here. Yes, all right. Let's do it. It's the landing gear on this thing that is extremely delicate. And it's not even attached from 2 points. It's attached from 1 point. This has a lot of bite, a lot of bite. Well, that's not the center of gravity of it. That's not the center of gravity of it either. Good Lord. I don't think we're going to put bombs on this one. Leave it without bombs. Okay. Before we go further, I'm going to take remove that. All right, the little support things. Support those wings before we add the tail. And you could make it so that it's, turning or something, I guess. little supports. They both should be the same. I don't know why they label them different pieces, just to mess with you. You got A9 long, A8 close. It's these two pieces here. The one that's closer to the edge is A8. And they want that one on this close side. Okay. No, they're not the same. They've got the little angle thing on them. Okay, so this one goes here. This one goes on the other side. Okay, that one goes here. It's on this side. And this is the one that goes long. All right. Now the question is, where does that attach? On the underside. It doesn't say. All right, give me an underside picture. Okay, well, it's relatively close to the front. So I'm not going to attach it to anything that would consider the rudder, because then we're not going to be able to turn. That's going to attach like that. And then we'll do the same thing on the other side. Okay. Let's make this a tiny little bit bigger. put a little bit of an angle just for yucks. A wee bit. Now, I see an interesting problem here, and that is this cowling doesn't fit far enough back, and I have a feeling that the issue is this is not in the right place. So I'm going to go ahead and actually remove this. Now, how does it fit without it? Still not in the right place. I don't know there's much we can do about that. I don't think there's much we can do about that. So that really actually didn't affect anything. It looked like that's what was holding it back, but it wasn't. All right, well, we'll glue it back on. I am not looking forward to this part. One bit. One bit. Okay, there's an open area where the wing was at. It's like this. So the one on the left is 42, the one on the right is 43. 42 on that side. That's why we put 42, it's on that side, on this side of the plane. Ever so flimsy. I can't do it here. It's too too precarious. Now we're over to this side. I put some dents in the wings. You stay over there. You're the one on the other side. That means that this leading edge should have this little dice. Okay. You're gonna have to kick them out later. 0 supports on this. Okay. In the back. We have A45, which is right next to this little skid thing. That's this thing. And here's a little skid. And that's going to be lean towards the back. I can't get over the table and I'm fucking up my neck. So from an annoying standpoint, this model isn't as annoying as me putting the tools right where I need my arm to be. Like tools running interference. That's my, Let's see what we're dealing with here. Okay. Go back up there. Okay, and the fat part of the skid part goes towards the front. It's just so damn slippery. It's not even that small. It's so slippery. You can't. So you can't like. Well, I don't think I can. Where's the hole at? It's in a place I can't see it. No. I'm not checking if they decided to put two different parts for the wheels. They're the same effing piece. It's just too fucking slippery. did this glue to the bottom? This is not supposed to react with that. I know, these aren't big enough, so you have to enlarge this. Maybe even use one bigger than this. Here they are. That's about right. Don't need to go really deep, just widened out. God bless it, it's so freaking slippery. And this landing gear is permanently down. Now let's see if we can see a front view to find out what angle these things need to be at. I'm just going to look on the internet. It's probably going to be quicker. Okay, so the wheels are going to be vertical, but this is going to be kicked out a little bit. So kick this out, kick this out, but the wheels are going to be vertical. we're going to go ahead and put I'm not sure where it catches on here, but wherever it catches is where it'll glue. And I'm going to go ahead and not quite yet, but we're working on it. Alright, so this is where we're going to stop. Pretty far along, and no, I'm not putting any wiring on it, that's sadistic. And yep, we wanted to start with a 110 and we couldn't proceed with that, so we'll have to email them and see if they got those extra parts for those. And I love Plane, yeah, he's cute. Alright folks, thanks for stopping by. We'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.